Can you guys hear me okay through this?
Yep. Fortunately.
Did you say fortunately or unfortunately?
Go with that.
What about on this one? The sound wasn't working well on my end, but how's this one?
Both work fine.
Well, no, I'm just saying because when I was trying to listen to it, when the volume was all wonky, so it like almost burst my eardrum last time. So I'm using a different headset. So as long as this one works, like it's fine. I have two different headsets and one's kind of broken.
All right. Soren won't be here today. But I'll fill in for him. Considering the situation. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's see. I think we're all here then. So let's go ahead and get started with our recap, if you guys are ready.
Alright. I'm gonna do recap.
Okay.
Alright, so we were on Krellin, we're getting ready for Sandstorm, Lich King, chaos, big fight. Um, and then Elric has the genius idea to start pulling from the deck. And so much happens. But we all live through this somehow. So grateful for that. So many things. Elric increased his ability score and got a weapon. I'm trying to think. Someone out there hates Elsie. I'm terrified to find out who that is. But someone out there hates Elsie. Surprise, surprise. Daloon lost all his wealth and has a devil after him somewhere and can undo an event. Any event. But he has not used that yet. Let's see. Tobin's fought an Avatar of Death and got 2 wish spells. Soren got a -2 to saves and also got an alignment change and leveled up. I think it was in total we pulled like 11 cards. 10 or 11 cards. And yep, there's 10 left, and we are somehow all still standing after pulling that many deck of many things cards. So yay us. And then out of nowhere, a Ruidius moon came out of nowhere and is shooting beams down onto the planet, I guess. Best way to say it. And it's just like, there's another problem we gotta deal with, but focusing on the storm right now. Then we created a group chat with Pounce and deciding on who does that. So yeah, we did that, and then we all flew on Rheneas to fly to the southeast gate to start doing combat. While we were on flight on Rheneas, Daloon made Rheneas invisible, avoiding a Draco Lich. When we got dropped off, we started fighting a Death Knight, a Rakshasa, Blackguard, a Shaman, and a young Copper Dragon that re-befriended and ended up naming Tad Cooper / Copper. Okay, so Tad Cooper. Officially Tad Cooper. And that's where we ended.
Alright, take 1d8 of inspiration. And let's get started. So, let's see. Yes, so, in the aftermath of a skirmish with one of the battlefield commanders for the Lich King, the sandstorm pushes over into Ank'Harel, beginning to envelop it, and you all stand here on the outskirts of the city walls, well, quite a ways away in the desert, a little bit, amongst the bodies of those who remained after you killed them. And Tad Cooper stretches his wings out and then begins to take flight and takes off. Flying towards the opposite way of the sandstorm, actually, towards Isilra. And what you know is, or what you see, Tad Cooper flies along, and then this crackling bolt of energy, like this dark green energy, spirals towards Tad Cooper and pierces through him. The dragon goes tumbling, spiraling to the ground, screeching in pain, and falls in the sand several hundred yards away. Then you see a Dracolich fly over with what looks like a Death Knight, and they fly by the corpse and land. The Death Knight reaches down and touches Tad Cooper's dead face and begins to transform him into a Dracolich, melting, necrotically melting the flesh off the dragon as his eyes burn. His eyes burn out of his skull, and he rises again as a skeletal Dracolich and lets out this undead screech. He turns and takes off, flying over your heads at an immense amount of speed towards the sandstorm. The Death Knight remounts his Dracolich and takes off as well in that direction. What do you all wish to do after seeing this tragedy?
I mean, if you didn't want us to have a dragon in the party, you could have just said so.
I didn't say so. That Death Knight did. It is a battlefield after all.
Where's the Elric wants to look around and see where the next closest Death Knight general is.
Let's see. You look around and you can see now, after you've taken care of the after you took out this general here and his commanding forces, the rest of the Death Knights, the skull platforms they were hovering on sprout wings, and they all transform into much larger versions of Dracolich and begin flying towards Ank'Harel. All of the generals begin closing in on Ank'Harel and then lifting off from the ground with their commanders and flying towards Ank'Harel. You guys, at your feet, Elric, you feel a rumbling underneath the sand.
I was gonna say, can I take a couple health potions? I lost some HP.
Same.
Sure, go ahead.
Do 2 regular health potions? Because I have them.
Sure.
That's the 2d4 plus 2?
2d4 plus 2 and do it twice, yep. And one thing you do see is one of the Dracoliches that remain on one of the generals. Looks like it is flying into the sandstorm, and then from outside of, and then through the sandstorm emerges Rheneas and Pounce and snaps the Dracolich at the throat and rips its skeleton head off, and the Dracolich goes spiraling downwards into the city, crashing. And then you see Rheneas drop the Dracolich's head and start making a wide turn to sweep back into the city.
to the city.
You also see a white dragon sort of emerge on the other side with I believe it's Avery's dragon. Yep, and flying around, um, sort of doing the same and beginning to attack some of the ground forces that are attacking the north gate.
I'm going to hand Elric a greater potion of healing, the one that I have. So you can use that too.
I think you just drank one, right? But yeah, you can go ahead and give it to him.
Another one.
Yeah, I had a
Turn my kitchen
superior.
timer off.
I had a superior on me that I drank, and then,
Yeah, if you have potions and I'm talking and you want to drink a potion, just go ahead and roll it.
okay.
I understand what they're for. It's only a few things that dice can be for.
If you guys need more potions, I got some more.
Y'all have like 100 fucking potions in the bag of holding.
No,
gonna
there's
say
only like 3 left.
To say it, but
Healing potions.
since Daloon had all his stuff taken away, I'm sure he could use those to keep on him.
Oh yeah, I lost that shit too. Yeah, I don't have any potions.
Would
Yeah,
you
so
lose
I would
healing
say-
potions if they're like magical items, so to speak?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
No,
Well, he didn't lose like his magical items, right?
No,
So
no,
would
just
healing
money.
potions still stay?
Yeah, just money. Still has all his gear and items, yeah. Give me a second. Get yourselves together. I'm gonna throw something in the wok real quick. You never know. I never cook ahead of time. I'm cooking a quick meal so I can get back onto the table. All right. I'll give you guys some time amongst yourselves to decide what you want to do next. But you do feel some tremors in the sand, and they slightly go away. They gain some distance.
Elric, do you need more potions? You look like you're in rough shape.
Thanks, Tobians. I might in just a second. I got 4 left.
Sabine, did you get rid of that stone, by the way?
I thought it was attached to me now.
I thought, yeah, that's right. You failed the save to throw it, and now it's almost like it's symbiotically formed, like this grip. It's like stuck to the palm of your hand, and it's starting to sink inwards about halfway, and like the symbiosis is like going in between the webbings of your claws and like hugging the back of your hand, and then these sharp pincers sink into your hand, the top part of your hand.
Ouchie.
I'm coming. You hear?
Well, I'm not sure that's appropriate to tell me.
you want it to be a surprise.
You just wrote your death sentence there, yeah.
Elric is going to focus on Tobian's hand, and then he's going to slowly put his hand on his sword and say, Tobians, we might need to remove that.
Did you say her hand?
Yep. I am gonna go pick up the 2 demi-steel arrows that I shot at the Rakshasa, so I can hold on to those.
Okay. I'm in the kitchen, but I got my headset on, so just tell me what you want to do as you get yourselves collected.
just before we leave anywhere and before I get a chance to say it, I'm just saying I picked up the arrows.
Sure.
I mean, you get half back of what you shot, so if
But
you
they're
shot 2, you'd
unbreakable,
only
so I
get
get
1.
them. But they're
She gets
unbreakable,
the-
so they're fine.
She can retrieve the unbreakable ones that she got from Rendleton. But however, if you use like normal ammunition that isn't unbreakable due to adamantine, then yeah, sure, you lose them.
I don't think I have any regular arrows. It's just the unbreakable plus demi-steel ones that are unbreakable, but yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But yeah, let's cut off Tobin's hand, because
Well, that's uncool.
I mean, I do have a spell like remove curse if you think that would work.
Well, how
Well,
should
what do
I
you
know?
I don't know, because it's attached to you. Does it feel cursed?
History check to determine if this is a form of curse.
Me or Toby's?
Both of you.
Okay, I mean, I feel like I wouldn't know, but I'm sure. You pick history?
Yeah. What was the highest number between you both? I'm in the kitchen. Sorry.
Oh, Ree got a 12.
I
That
guess.
was the highest of the 2.
Okay. Okay. Hang on. There are curses that do take manifest in such ways. Yeah. Whether or not your spell will be effective to the degree that will sort of dispel the item from taking root into toe beans as these black veins begin to sort of form on her forehead from the item. Toe beans, you begin to feel lightheaded, and it's almost like your field of vision and the battlefield and your party around you begin to misshapen.
No, Beans, would you like me to try with this spell?
Yeah. Seems like worth a shot anyway.
Alright. I'll cast remove curse. See if that does anything.
Okay. Cast remove curse. So you place your hand on Tobin's hand where the cursed item, quote unquote, is taking root in her palm. And you feel a golden sort of warmth wash over your hand. Stings at first, Tobin's. But the tendrils eject from the back of your palm, and it's almost like the gem runs away and falls off your hand and disintegrates into this gold divine dust. Read to save your life.
Ree's then gonna smack Tobins on the back of the head and say, no more touching things.
To be fair, I think anybody else would have picked it up too.
I mean, yeah, but nobody else did. It was you this time, so that's why you got the smack in the head.
Well, we should probably get going. Probably don't want to stay here.
All right. So, it's around this time you decide to begin moving, cresting over the nearby dunes. Well, I say nearby, it's more like 400 yards away to your east. You see these huge crystal dragon wings flapping. And this draconic roar, this gem dragon roar, sort of echoes through the air in a twisted manner. As you see this adult crystal dragon flying in your direction, clutching something in its arms as it flies. And then as it makes its way to you, it drops this spherical copper, this large-sized spherical copper dome on the ground, which bounces like a basketball a little bit and just starts rolling at tremendous speed in your direction. Like it starts to glow golden underneath some of the copper exoskeleton that it has. You look closely on the back of the dragon. He's not alone. There is another. Go ahead, Elric.
I was going to say Elric is going to scream move as loud as he can and then try and get out of the path.
All right, Elric, you try to move. So you move sort of away from the direction this copper sphere seems to be rolling, kicking up sand as it moves. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dylan, I didn't hear you there. What was that?
What direction is it coming in from?
From the east.
East-west or east to west?
East to west, yeah.
I will start with the north.
All right. The thing rolls up. During all this, Gargan's gonna lose his rage, but I'm sure he'll do it again, so I'll leave a little icon on there. So Gargan looks in the direction of the thing and sort of shouts at it barbarically. So the crystal dragon begins to catch up and increase his speed tremendously. And he swoops down to let the entity jump off that's on his back. They begin to make their way in your direction as the sphere hits this dune like a ramp and in midair, kind of like a transformer. These construct-like legs, spider legs that are sharp, spring from it, and it begins to move like it's running in your direction. I need everybody to roll initiative. When I get the turnover up, there we go. Gargan has advantage, but he rolled natural 20, so he doesn't need to roll again. Gargan's first, so Gargan will, of course, rage as he sees the large threats incoming. And he's going to run towards the spherical thing. Let's see. All right, as you see this creature that Gargan is fighting. All right, so let me get Gargan's character sheet up. All right, Gargan. So he's going to run in. He's going to try to reckless attack this thing. All right, That's 2 hits. Gurgan's axe rings off of its metal exterior as he tries to hit it. Elsie, your turn.
Oh my god, okay. 30, 50, 60. Okay, that's what So, whatever the fuck this thing is, Elsie's gonna run towards it.
That makes me
Great
so
idea.
happy.
Ah, fuck, okay. I'm committing to it. Okay. Stress. Anyways. She's gonna hit it twice with her quarterstaff.
Hey, so you run up to this devilish-looking toad. It's looking down at you as you approach it. A sheet for it that I'm going to show you too.
What is that? And then to hit it was 22 and 20.
Both hit.
9 and 6.
All right. Now, when your quarterstaff hits, it like rattles in your hands, kind of like, Donatello hitting Toka in the Turtles movie.
Haven't seen it.
But your blows don't do as much damage as you were hoping. As he looks down,
Well, then I will use a jewel charge and just teleport myself up to its height, so right in front of its eyes, and use a holy grenade on it.
Okay.
That's my bonus action.
All right. 14. He fails, so he's blinded. So the divine light that explodes in his face blinds him. He sort of shouts from that, like, this horrifically devilish shout.
Then, so he takes 4d10 radiant.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to move away. It's for, I think I got like 20 feet left, and 20. And that's my turn.
All right. Dragon's turn. Oh, baby. All right, dragon. Okay. So the dragon is going to fly. Let's see. Actually, hang on. Let me see everything he can do real quick. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. Dragon's gonna fly over to here, right behind Tobeans. All right, so this is a. Let me check this attack real quick. All right, so it's a cone. So he's gonna release this breath weapon, and his crystalline body shimmers as the divine breath weapon excludes from his mouth, and he erupts this radiant breath in Tobine's direction. And it's not squares, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, it's too big. Still too big. There we go. All right. So it's something like this. So Tobeans and Soren get blasted with this divine breath weapon. Or not divine, but radiant breath weapon. Let's see. As he uses his scintillating breath. He doesn't use. I didn't click on divination. I don't know why that showed up. He doesn't do divination. He does the scintillating breath. Let's see. And so Tobeans and Soren make a con save. Will suck for Soren because he drew that card. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. That's the wrong sheet. I rolled the wrong thing. All right, so there we go. That's better. Natural 1. All right, Soren will take 39 points of radiant damage. And then the dragon gains temporary HP from the damage you took as the blood you as you expels from your body. It turns into divine energy that the crystallized dragon absorbed. All right then. And he will land right here. Raw and roar after he's done with the breath weapon. Let's see. Alright, now it's time for the Nerglid. He's blind. On his turn, he doesn't make a save to get out of that, right? Or it's at the end of your turn, I think, right, Elsie?
Yeah, it's not till my turn that he can do anything. He just is. And is blinded until the start of my next turn.
Right, okay,
There's
hang
no
on.
save during.
In the kitchen, also need to check what he needs sight for. Let's see. Coming back. Let's see, what can we do? I can't see. So he's gonna try to move. As the last thing you remembered, let's see, was that? Okay. Alright, he's gonna move south and run into a bush and stop and shriek in frustration. The construct's turn, so it's going to spring out. Let's see. It's going to move away from Gargan, not interested. Gargan will get an opportunity attack at disadvantage. As this creature will make its way to Daloon. Gargan, go ahead and try to attack. Gargan will Reckless to make the attack normal. See if he can hit. He hits. So Gargan still gets a lick in before it rolls away. Which it just kind of rings off the armor. The metal exoskeleton of the creature. Okay. Okay, it rolls up to Daloon. What can this thing do? Let's see. Okay, here we go. Alright, he's going to do 2 arm blade attacks on Daloon. Alright, natural 1. You don't have to shield unless something is definitely going to hit you. So keep your spell slot. That's how that spell works. The arm blade misses you, natural 1. All right, this one. Okay, so this was a 23. Will the +5 to your AC? What does that equal?
21.
Okay. So it still hits with a 21 points of slashing, and it cuts deep as this really sharp metal leg just cuts through you as you look at this thing, and these blades are whirling about it as it's rapidly shifting in your space. Let's see, Delune. Now it's your turn. You can keep your spell slot if you want for shield, because even using it wouldn't have helped you. That's something you would know as a sorcerer.
Shears of Fizzle, I just didn't expect him to go that high. I guess Shocking Grasp?
Okay, go for it. That just misses. AC's 18. Also, I think you start. Wait, does this thing have a feature? It does. Rolling blades. All right, so you will take 1d8 slashing damage from its whirling blades since you start your turn within range. So 4. As these whirling blades, one nicks you as you try to shock and grasp him.
I'll quick on one more Shocking Grasp.
Okay, so you quicken spell shock and grasp.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. All right, that hits. All right. The lightning sort of rolls over its form, and you can see that it had some effect to it. You did remove his reaction with that, so you can run if you wish.
And then I think I have to do something with my crystal anytime I use my meta magic.
What? Do what? I'm sorry, what? Oh, this item. Let's see. The meta magic. Use the property. Okay, yeah, so you can roll a d4 and use one of these if you want. Alright, water. Alright, so you create the burst of water underneath the sand at a point within, what is it, 10 feet? 10-foot radius.
I'm just gonna use myself as a source and then push back 10 feet.
Oh, it is from you. You are the source. Okay, gotcha. I didn't understand it at first. Okay, 10-foot radius around you. This water shoots up. This creature must make, let's see. Okay, he's got some immunities here. He is not immune to prone or being pushed. Okay, cool. Alright, so he's going to take first, roll 2d6 cold damage. I'm going to roll a strength save for him. Alright, 23. He saves, but he takes 8 cold damage from the water that explodes from your elemental essence shard.
That's it.
Alright, Tobin, you're up.
I think I'm gonna move because I don't want to be near the dragon. So, 30 should be within range of this thing, I think. So I went to throw a. Wait, I got
are you? Oh, you're gonna throw a blade at him?
Yeah,
Okay.
at the thing with the saggy boobs.
Okay, you have advantage because he can't see you. All right, that hits. All right, you throw your psychic blade. Okay, cool. You throw your psychic blade at him, and it pierces through him, and he writhes in pain and hits the ground. Thud. Dead.
That
Is it-
was easy.
Seems like it. His corpse hits the ground, and you see this red sort of aura begin to lift off the corpse.
That seems not so good. I think, or is this like a bush right here?
Yep.
Like big enough to hide in?
Sure. For you, yeah, it would be.
Cool. I think I technically used all my movement to get there, so I'll use my zoomies, I guess, just to move slightly to the left. And I want to try to hide in the bush.
All right. Stealth check. Is that all?
Yeah.
All right. Before we get to you, Ree, let me go grab my food real quick. All right. Give me a second. I'm on my way back. Alrighty then. All right, Ree, your turn.
Okay, so down 30. It's not enough to oh well. And I want to shoot the dragon with Toll the Dead.
Okay.
That's what I can do in range right now.
25.
Well, shoot. And yeah, it doesn't take any saves. Then for the heck of it, since it's been so long since I did it, do the champion challenge versus my bonus action.
Okay.
No, it's probably gonna save against it because it's with but it seems like it's good at that.
To the dragon.
Yeah, to the dragon because it's within 30 feet.
All right, 21.
Of course it does. All right, that's my turn.
All right, Elric, you're up.
Is the dragon on the ground or is it flying?
On the ground.
Um, Elric is going to move towards the construct. And he's going to attack it.
Okay, go for it.
19
That hits.
for 12 points of damage, including 5 lightning. He's going to attack again with Stormcaller. 29
That hits.
for 31. And
Okay.
then 23
Hits.
for 22. And that's going to be his turn.
All right, with your third strike of Stormcaller, you sort of cut in some of the metal of the construct a little bit, but it keeps whirling its blades. Soren's turn. All right, he leveled up, so let me see what spells he took. Jesus. He is going to attempt to banish the dragon. So Soren points at the dragon and does a thumbs down sort of motion to commence the banishment, and the dragon has to make a charisma save, I think. Yep. 12! Unless it has advantage. Let me check its sheet. It does not. So the dragon roaring in place and resisting all of Ree's attempts to goad it into battle. Soren turns and banishes it from the space. Alright, he's going to move over here now. Gargan's turn. Gargan rages and runs over here to Elric and Daloon to help. And he's going to reckless attack the construct. Alright, 2 hits. Alright. That second hit is just enough. So Gargan's axe digs into the space that Elric made for with his sword, and he wrenches it free. This sort of cracks the Gearkeeper construct apart, and gears and springs go flying as it falls apart. Elsie, your turn.
So Soren, can you just permanently banish the dragon so it doesn't come back? So that we don't have to fight the dragon? Because, yeah, if Soren concentrates for a minute, then it can just be gone? So I don't think there's anything else, is there? Is it just those two?
Okay, the target remains there until the spell ends. Spell ends before. Otherwise, he doesn't return. Oh yeah, so yeah. So yeah, if you want Soren to do so, yeah, he can remain concentrating, and the dragon will be gone.
We don't have to use up resources attacking the dragon if we brought it back.
True. Soren will nod. That seems to be a wise plan, given it was
It's
at
not
full
gonna
health.
happen.
Yeah, I forgot about that part of the spell. Yeah, if you keep concentrating, it just goes away.
A good idea every now and then.
Elric is
Yep.
going to move to protect Soren so he keeps concentrating.
Okay.
Would we know if that dragon's from this realm or not? Our home plane?
It's the crystallized gem dragon. Make a history check.
I'd have been doing that this whole fucking time.
Yeah, if you keep your concentration on, it just stays gone.
But
Like, no
sometimes
matter-
it's so much fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're going to jump it, and maybe sometimes the creatures have loot, so you know.
Right. Sometimes it's fun to jump it, but if it's a giant crystallized gem dragon, when we have other battles coming, when it's at full health.
Well, and I would
when we
say
have
that
deeper battles too. It's just like, oh, we should wait.
these dragons in particular are evil. This is one of the more evil gem dragons, and no, it is not native to this plane. Given its company, of course. Also, its hide could be expensive if it's not exploded. But otherwise, if you don't want to fight it, just let Soren concentrate. And Soren agrees and nods. We should probably just leave it. We should probably just banish it forever.
Yeah, revote's safer to banish it or permaban it because, I think we have enough funds. I'll pay you guys if it's really that worth it. I'll give you my money if that's what you're worried about. I don't want it back.
You scan around. You don't see anyone else encroaching the battlefield. As a matter of fact, many of the forces have made their way to Ank'Harel. At this point, you look around, and Elric, you can easily see you look around with your observance, and you don't see any other forces heading your direction. So that will be the end of combat. He will finish out the minute, and the creature is gone. Well done.
Back on Corel.
Approximately how far are we from Ank'Harel?
How far are you from Ank'Harel? I'd say about 1,400 yards.
So, do we want Pounce to come pick us up, or do we want to just start heading back towards the city? I can't think of anything else to do.
Tobias, ask her where she is and if she's nearby. And if she's available. If not, we can start booking it.
I mean, there's a group chat. It doesn't have to
That's
be me.
why. Okay, well then I guess I will say, Pounce, are you available right now to give us a ride? Pretty sure Elsie is, so I will ask Pounce if she's available.
You
to
are,
take a
yeah.
ride.
Alright, so about a minute passes, and then eventually you get an answer. Yes. Yes, but we have to make it quick, because they're raising the shield on the city. Where are you? You're still in the same area as before.
Yep, same spot.
Alright, on my way. And then, roughly 2 minutes after that, you see a red dragon crest out of the sand that seems to be slowing. As Pounce and Rheneas return to the battlefield and sort of land nearby. You see Rheneas has had taken some hits, but she's still in one piece.
I guess we all, or at least stealthy, climbing on and ready to go.
Yeah. I'll cast invisibility right away. On Rheneas.
All right, you all mount Rheneas. The loon will touch down on the dragon's scales, and dragon itself is enshrouded in invisibility. When you look over, you see Pounce. She's taken quite a bit of damage. She looks all right though. You can see that she's got this forehead wound that's bleeding down over one of her eyes, and she keeps wiping it, but the blood keeps running down. She's like, "All right, hold on." Her armor's sort of damaged, and she commands Rheneas and Draconic to fly back to Ank'Harel. Dragon. And she takes off, flying through the air, and from here you look down, you see the battlefield. You see some of the, you see the Ank'Harel, like military, I guess, or the City Watch. They're actually doing a pretty fantastic job repelling some of the forces. You see some clerics have come out to set up these divine barriers between themselves and the fiends, which have stopped their progress. And you fly over into the sandstorm, and then you hear Pounce say, "Do it!" And from the palace, Cerulean Palace, this bead of light shoots up into the sky. And then this shimmering dome encapsulates Ank'Harel, creating a tight seal around the city, expelling the sand. And all of the fiends and Dracoliches that are still flying around over the city are beginning to divinely burn from the stasis of the shield that was created by the clerics of the city. All in all, you look around, the city doesn't seem too awfully damaged from the battle. The City Watch rolled really high. They did pretty good, so.
Yay!
Well, they had drows with them too, so. Alright. So the shield comes around Ank'Harel like a bubble. And Rheneas sort of swings around and Pounce's looking down to see if she can see any skirmishes going on as she circles Ank'Harel. This might take her a few minutes on Dragonback, so you guys have some time. While she does this.
Like, I guess our next point of thing is to try and find the Lich King and take him out. Hopefully that ends this entire siege attack. Better to go after the head honcho than all his little gremlins.
Sounds good to me.
Seems like if that's what we wanted, we should have just stayed where we were at.
We had no way of knowing.
Sandstorm around the city, as you're planning your next move, begins to die down and dissipate. But Ruidus above shoots coalesces another beam, a third one. Pew! Shoots off to the south. This time in a more horizontal direction, way past the horizon. Bounce calls back. I think the barrier's working. The fiends are burning up and disintegrating. I'm gonna touch us down at my library. Or, not at my library. At my tower. So Pounce flies with you on dragging back to her tower, and Rheneas lands. Lets out a snort of fire through her nostrils to get the sand out. And sort of dragging loaves to let you guys off.
Once she gets off, Ree was gonna give Pounce 20 HP from her lay on hands to try to help heal her up a little bit.
Okay. So the wound on her forehead closes up divinely and stops bleeding. She nods in your direction. Thank you. I was about to drink a potion, but thanks for not making me waste it. Yeah, I have to get to the palace. And Rheneas, stay here and rest. Rheneas nods. Pounce gets to make her way down into the tower.
Do we want to go with Pounce to the palace? I would say for lack of anything else to do. Nice. I think she's a YouTuber D&D person.
The D&D influencer, yeah.
Maybe. That's the only one I can think of. Yeah, for lack of anything else to do, I would say if, unless anyone wants to do something different, I'd say we go with Pounce, or we try to go with Pounce to the palace.
Okay.
So yeah, I think if unless someone wants to do something different, we all go to the Cerulean Palace.
Alright, you see there's a lot of sand, of course, around, but the barrier around Ank'Harel is up. And you see, like, a lot of the city watchmen as you make your way through, out of the tower with Pounce through the Cerulean Palace. You see there's quite a number of the guard have taken damage, of course, but not. There doesn't seem to be much devastation. It sort of looks like they weren't able to penetrate far past the wall, especially when the barrier came up. The flying forces were much further in, but had a far more difficult time. As you'll see around the Cerulean Palace, there are a lot of ballista stationed around that wall, and the walls that surround the San Herald District and the Sigil District. So, perhaps they underestimated Ank'Rell's defenses. As you make your way to the Cerulean Palace, and on your way there, you see Avery's white dragon land, sort of in the courtyard next to the palace. And she dismounts and goes in herself. And you guys make your way to the Cerulean Palace. All right. So you make your way into the palace. You see, as you walk towards it and walk inwards, there is quite in disarray. There are a lot of people around. Quite many in this very fine-looking armor. And you sort of walk your way in, and when you make your way to the inside, there are guardsmen, but you are not stopped or anything as you make your way into the Cerulean Palace. And Pounce makes her way to the council war room.
I'm going to continue to follow her. Looks like she knows where she's going.
She's on the council, so yeah. But she doesn't have the rank of master. Haha, no, okay, fuck me, that's right.
I thought it was funny.
Just as you said that, I got it. I was like, oh, he did a Star Wars funny. Ha ha.
Alright, so you guys make your way
Not fair.
in. Alright, and and so as you go in there, you see Avery, as she begins to sort of her tiefling handmaiden begins to comb through her hair and try to get all the sand out, and is removing her cloak to replace it with a new one. As Avery stands at the war table and notifies or asks Pounce, "Did you get them all? Are the forces repelled?" Pounce nods, says in reply, "Seems the shield did its job, but after this it'll be down for some time. So we better hope that there isn't a second wave of attackers. Someone may have erected the shield too early, but I think it was necessary," Pounce says, and Avery looks over. "Okay then. I'll inform my father and the others that they can stop hiding." And she looks to her handmaiden. "See that the Forge Keepers are comfortable and rewarded for their bravery once again." And she salutes in your direction and begins to make her way to a hidden safe room for the nobles that run the council, including her father. Pounce looks over and finds it's like a chair that's nearby the war room table. It's like down the steps a little bit. She sits down in it. There are a few other empty spots to sit as well. There's a couch and a few chairs. And the tiefling servant for Avery, damn it, I forgot her name. It doesn't matter. She goes over and begins to unlock this cabinet of very, very expensive looking ale and wine. Turns around and counts you a number, and then begins to grab that many glasses. What do you all wish to do? As you have a moment of respite.
How long is the shield supposed to last?
Pounce looks over. Well, 3 days.
Nice.
It took the clerics a long time to prepare us with it, and it won't be ready again for 10 days after it expires.
Oof. Well, yikes.
How often do you need to use this spell?
Until now, well, never. Ank'Harel rarely comes under attack. Probably, as you can tell, it's more than ready to defend itself, unlike many cities you'll find out there in Exandria.
Don't you think that if somebody knew about the shield, they would do a preliminary attack, and then once it's been used, attack again while they know it's like recharging?
I was thinking the same thing.
Seems a little flawed. Like if other people know about its existence and how long it takes for it to recharge, seems like something that I might want to build up a contingency plan for sometime.
Well, it seems like even without the shields, on Carl City Watch was doing a pretty good job maintaining control of it, so probably their contingency plan
Oh,
would
well,
seem to be working well.
I'm not knocking that. I'm just saying, like, if somebody were to get knowledge of the shield, they'd launch a false first attack, making it seem like it was big, and unleash their full forces later. Things to think about.
Pounce nods. Well, you may be right. But the watch won't be at rest anytime soon after this, I assure you. And if it's fiend or undead that attacks us, then the shield will repel them. You see, it doesn't protect us from everything. The number of the force were demonic in number. Quite a bit of Rakshasa, flame skulls, and the like. The demi-liches all stood no chance. So, if the forces were any other species of number, then the shield would be of no use to us. However, we do have 57 operational ballista around the outer wall, so I'm not too worried. I just wish they would stop voting on Renea's helping. She's a racing dragon. Shortly after, you see Avery come back, and then she's got her father with her, and all of the council members are sort of coming back into the room. And you also spot Lucius. He comes out with them as well. And he looks over. Well, my employers didn't die. That's cool. And Lucius makes his way over to your seats. So what happened out there? They wouldn't let me leave. Father's too worried about me, even though I feel like I'm capable. He lets my sister ride a dragon, but not me. It's very unfair. There's so many neat things I can do, but whatever. At least he lets me have my shop in the city, so I guess I can't complain too much, but I still want to go out in the fray. It's not fair. Was it fun? And you see Lucius asking you guys.
Say the word and we'll sneak you out. Or I'll sneak you out if you want to go fight.
Elric will look at Elsie with that look of like, No.
What? That's how I learned. I got thrown into fights all the time. That's how you learn how to fight. It works.
Yes, but
Look at where I'm at now.
those were also very controlled.
It's a great way to learn.
Luthien, to answer your question, it was... Fighting is never fun, it's necessary. And while I'm sure that you are capable of a great many things at your age, your time will come. To do all those... amazing... No, you're good. To do all those amazing things, you need to keep that head attached to its body. And the best way to do that is to stay out of the fighting as long as possible.
He looks around. No. I had so many trinkets in my bag. I wanted to try out. Oh well. Another time. He shrugs. Oh, this worrying has made me hungry.
Speaking of trinkets, an Elric will hold up his arm with the wrist shot. This works perfectly. Thank you.
Oh, well. You're welcome. I expected as much. And he sort of brushes off his shoulder.
Do you have any trinkets in your bag that you want us to try while we're out there? Because something tells me we're not going to get much of a break.
Were you able to finish the Demi-Steel brass knuckles?
He looks over at you. Not yet. It's very difficult to fuse, but I'm working on it. I had to stop working on it to come here, because my sister was worried about me as he mocks her. And she smacks him on the back of the head. You behave! Avery says. Can't blame me and your father being worried about you. You remember what happened to your mother. Far too young to venture out in the sand. Listen to the Forge Keepers. And to the people who know this world more than you. He shrugs. Whatever, I'm hungry. And he just runs out of the room. Let's see. Let's see the attack. 8 p.m. By the time the battle is over, it's 8:30, 8 p.m. or so.
So dinner, drinks, and sleep tonight, and then off to the beam tomorrow.
Sounds like a good plan to me. Someone needs to investigate what the hell that moon is doing again.
Pounce looks over. I'll give you one guess who they tasked to figure out what's going on. She rolls her eyes.
Because you're so smart.
She stands up. No drinks and food for me. I'm going back to the tower and see if I can figure out what Rudis is doing now.
I think you'd be able to work better if you took a break.
Well, that's why I'm going to my tower. I can relax there, and I have food and very good wine that my husband made for me there. So I would very much like to go there and let him know that I'm okay, at least, while I research. And perhaps beseech him for Whitestone's Library of Knowledge. Perhaps they know something about Rudis that we don't here in Ank'Harel. Unlikely, but maybe. And Pounce finishes the wine that the tiefling servant brought over for you all during all this, by the way. It's very good. Strong, but not enough to get you drunk. Just one glass of it, and it's like this golden wine. Really, it's kind of sparkles. It's very divine looking and very warm. Tastes like honey as it goes down. Not like thick, like a thick honey texture, but like it's like a wine that's got the honey scent to it. Drinks it down, and Pounce makes her way out of the palace. She says, "Okay, well, Forge Keepers or not, they won't commence any war room meetings with non-council members, so we have to leave."
Is there a way I can just ask the room? Would any of y'all have like a shit ton of extra potions that y'all aren't going to be using that we can use to continue our adventure?
Persuasion check. Potions. Ours. One of the gentlemen at the table say.
Yeah, y'all were hiding. We were out fighting. We'll probably need them more than you guys will.
He
I mean, I understand hiding, like y'all are important, so you shouldn't be out on the front lines. We'll probably use them faster than you guys will.
Pounce approaches the table, and the gentleman at the end of the table, not the Finwearing father, but one of the smaller dwarf nobles that are there, uh, takes out a quill and writes something, hands it to Pounce. She nods and brings it over to you, Daloon. Here, an alchemic voucher. That'll get you 2 potions of whatever you like. In the city, not just within the palace walls.
I guess
So
that'll work. I appreciate it.
then Pounce ushers you all out. The war room doors close behind her.
Really hoping for like a storeroom with just potions.
Ulrich is going to turn to Pounce and say, what does it take to earn a seat on the council?
Well, a vote, for one. That's how I ended up in the sky on Rheneas, risking her life and mine. They vote every action, which is why it takes so long. You want to know why the shield came up? And she talks with you as you walk. Many of those in the council are not accustomed to battle. Many of them are scared. They get scared easily. And they have a right to be. Because Nezareth, the name he's going by now, our Lich King that is attacking and trying to usurp all of Exandria, was a former student of the Finwearings. So they are quite scared because he was kicked out of school, and they fear that he's going to claim Ank'Harel and run it as he sees fit. All these conspiracy theories that they think of while they sit in that room. As you can see, she's trailing off and getting off topic. But the former student being identified as the Lich King, the vote was quickly unanimous in raising the shield. Premature, as I thought, and it may have been. Ree could be right. There could be a second wave coming. I believe the shield was raised prematurely, but I was outvoted.
I can understand that. The desire to feel safe, but thank you for the info. I think think we're gonna go do what they said, which is eat, drink, and get some rest. Cause I don't know. Little voice tells me that this isn't over yet.
And you can see, even with it being over, the streets. Many of the civilians haven't been notified that it's safe yet, because is it, so they've the council's pretty safe in the palace, but as far as like the civilians that are within Ank'Harel, the streets are still fairly empty. There are some business owners that they did allow to come out, mainly the tavern and pub owners. There are people hiding within the taverns. So the people that are still in the taverns are lucky, because at least they can now drink as they see the owners come back in, and they cheer and throw a small celebration in every tavern across Ank'Harel. Just a small victory celebration, because why not?
Well,
Alan
if
says,
no, go ahead. Go
Ank'Harel,
ahead.
Ank'Harel hasn't been intact, and well, if it has been attacked, it was before my tenure here. In all the history books, the Jewel of Hope never succumbs to an attack. Has never. So this is all very strange. She looks up at Rudis, and it just stays fixed in the sky, pulsing with red energy. And Elsie, you feel your heart sink as you sort of hear Elixian crying from within, his soul crying from within the vestige. Pounce goes to the tower. What do you guys want to do? Oh yeah, go ahead, Elric. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I think we would go to the nearest pub that has room, get something to eat and drink, and then make our way back to the library and pass out.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna ask Pounce if she wanted any help or anything.
I won't say no, Pounce says. I won't say no if you're determined to help, but I have an
I mean, I'm no
idea.
smarty pants, but I can do stuff with my hands, I guess.
Well, I have an idea. I have an idea of where to start. You can come with if you like or not, but I'm going to can't believe I'm saying this, but I need to beg Aloysia for her knowledge. So that's where I'm going to start. I might as well do that now before I reach out to my husband. He has no idea I'm harboring a immortal vampire lord.
I mean, once he finds out, he should be very impressed.
Well, he's not going to find out, though, is he, Elsie? And Bounce looks at you.
All right. Nope. If you don't want him to, he won't.
Absolutely not. Do not mention his name to her at all, please. I won't risk putting my husband in danger as she makes her way to the tower.
Good idea when it comes to Aloysia. And Elsie will also go with Pounce to talk to Aloysia and find out more about Radius, since
All fun.
we
Are
did
you
all
really
this
the
stuff.
best person to talk to, Aloysia?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you and Tobeans and not Aloysia, but Pounce go back to her tower. Okay. The rest of you go out, and honestly, probably the best place to go would be where the smaller crowds are hanging out, and that's within the Central District walls around the Cerulean Palace. The student taverns that you guys frequent. So you go to the one where Ao first introduced you to, and you are able to sort of hang out there. And a few of the civilians that are in Ankara are also in there. Many of them which are students, and upon the Forge Keeper's entry, they sort of cheer you on. And then you see Droz at the bar, sort of leaning against the bar with his arms folded. And he sees Elric come in. Took you so long. They were fiends, weren't they? They reeked of it.
Yeah, they were definitely stinky. We were outside the palace, took care of one of the general death knights, I guess, and then got ambushed right after. And then we just came from the palace to see what the city's next move is, and it looks like they're going to hide behind the shield. I think we're going to depart tomorrow to figure out what the hell that moon up in the sky is doing awake again. Because last time I checked, we shut that son of a bitch off.
Interesting. I thought perhaps that was just something that happened in Noncarel. Brutus, right? If I'm
Yes,
not mistaken.
that is the name. And no, it's... The moon is normal, but it doing the ray thingies, no, that's not normal.
Well, every secret has an answer. Look at what I've got. And he slowly steps to the side as you approach the bar, and you see 3 Death Knight helmets that are just empty. Of course, when a Death Knight dies, the body inside disintegrates, but the armor stays. You see 3 Death Knight helmets laid on the bar.
You know,
I don't know what to do with these, but they fell to my blade. Figured I would just bring them in at least.
is
Maybe
the
it can be smelted.
Elric, it wants to try and think, is there a tavern around town, either this one or another one, where I guess trophies of adventurers can be put on display?
Yes. As a matter of fact, this is gonna sound funny, I guess, maybe, but the Horny Harpy has a bunch of trophies hanging around it, because many of the adrenaline-fueled adventurers go there once they hear what the Horny Harpy's all about. They're like, oh yeah, naked women, you know? And they go there and you can trade your trophies in for favors there, or you can simply donate trophies to the pubs to see if they'll hang them up. They're on the bar because they can't be mounted here. You'll find. So Droz just has them on the bar, and he's just sort of showing all the students and stuff who've never seen a Death Knight before. You see some of the students taking the helmets and putting them on and goofing off with them.
Elric will lean in and say, well, I can think of a couple ideas. One is there's if you haven't been to it yet, I recommend the Horny Harpy. They are more than willing to put up the trophies of slain enemies of the city, of great warriors and adventures. And then another idea, Ree actually just mentioned this to me.
Did you have to rat me out on that? I'm joking.
It might not be a bad idea to post the helmets on pikes at the entrances to the city so the enemy can see what happens.
Well, that was, I like the way Ree thinks because this is what I wanted to do. You see, when I first came to this realm from the Sword Coast in the Faerun, among the first places I went in my hunt for Rodan was Bazaksan. This is something they do in Bazaksan quite a lot, if you've been there. So, yes, that would work in a barbaric land like that, but a civilized place such as this, there are far too many gates for 3 helmets to be of any level of intimidation. I don't think a Death Knight is just going to stroll up to the gate, you see. Or a Fiend. Especially now, since they may have obtained knowledge of the barrier. Also, I spoke to a very interesting tabaxi that made his way up here during the battle. Slowly in the aftermath, he informed me that the city will have Illithid support if it needs it. I haven't laid eyes on it myself, but he claims that there's an elder brain below on Corel, sharing knowledge with the city, and that's how it's gained its knowledge in many of these schools. He shrugs. I don't know this tabaxi, so take that as a grain of salt if you wish, but he didn't seem like he was lying.
Well, I know of the tabaxi which you speak, and I trust him, and I trust what he says, so that is indeed good news. And while the posting of the helmets would be hilarious, something tells me that the uppity people that actually run the city, or think they run the city, would look down their noses at it and would be taken down. So my suggestion is perhaps at least give one to the Horny Harpy and maybe try and melt down the other 2 for some type of additional armor or weapons for yourself.
He takes one of the helmets, nods. I'm not going there. However, he goes over across the bar where one of this sort of drunk guy is. There's a guy here that's one of the guys from the the Ankarel City Watch is there, and his armor is all beaten up. And Droz puts his hand on his shoulder. It's a human, around 6'3" or so, and he's got sort of brown hair. And he goes over to him with his half-plate armor, which is kind of damaged, and he puts his hand on his shoulder. You fought hard. Here's your reward, and gives him one of the Death Knight's helmets. I don't think I could have beat them without your distraction. Take this to the Horny Harpy, take this to the Horny Harpy and see if you can enjoy the pleasures of what they allow as you trade it in. He nods. Nah, no, that sounds like a proper celebration while the shield is still up. And he takes the helmet and downs the rest of his drink and puts it on the bar. Takes the Death Knight helmet out and begins to make his way to the Horny Harpy with it. I'm not setting foot in that place, Droz says. Also, the Elder Brain and Illithid from the Sword Coast are very different from this world. Are they not evil here? Do they not attack you on sight? I very much would like to know more about this. Because where I'm from, they devour worlds, and seek to take over everything that they touch. Are you sure that is not happening beneath the city? Why doesn't anyone seem alarmed by this?
Can Elric recall anything about how if what Brobeans with the Illithid helping in this world helping is that was that more of
Yeah.
like an accepted thing in this world versus like if it were to happen in Tyrell, everyone would be like, "What? Get the fuck out of here! No, no way."
For real?
You recall the entire story. I'm gonna shorten it, of course, but yeah, you do recall because you were in the room with Alacritos, Cryon, Pounce, and Brobeans when they all talked about him going to the council and pleading on their behalf that if he were to allow them to house the Elder Brain under Ank'Harel, which is a very secure city, out in a remote area of the desert like it is, that any knowledge that the Illithid gain in their travels would be shared with the city's benefit. And indeed, that has, ever since that has been established, it has benefited all of the schools here. The Elder Brain is connected to all the Illithid as they go across Exandria. On the condition that they do not engage in violence unless they have to. So, you do recall that Brobeans was able to convince the council to vote in favor of housing the Elder Brain beneath Ank'Harel for its protection and for their mutual benefit, and that may very well have brought a lot of students and a lot of popularity to the city, that singular vote. So, you can relay all of that to Droz, and he nods his head. Well, I'll take it. My brain won't get extracted here. That's good news for me. One less enemy. Maybe a powerful ally. This Lich King I hear is a former student. That's not good. He's got bad blood, you see. The revenge types, they don't stop. They won't stop attacking. This man almost conquered an isle of dragons. Or, well, a continent of dragons. I don't think we have much time to rest, but if he is indeed a lich, then he cannot enter while the shield is up, so we may as well rest while we can.
Agreed. Like I was saying about the moon, from what our first major adventure here was preventing the moon from doing any of the shit that it's trying now, and something tells me that this wannabe king is the one behind it waking up again. So, that is indeed our plan. You're obviously welcome to join us as always.
Well, I don't see any way to get back to the Faerun at this point, and I promise to train you. Your training is incomplete, so I must stay until that is done.
Elric will smile and nod, and then he'll reach his hand out for a couple drinks from the bartender.
Very well, you and Droz hang out and drink together, as the remaining two Death Knight helms just kind of sit there on the desk, or on the bar. Alright, let's see. Alright, and I think, alright, let's see. Alright, Pounce and Tobeans and Elsie are going to tower. And as you guys enter the tower, Pounce seals the door. Well, let's at least have a drink before we go talk to her. Well,
Yes, that's a good idea.
you've got to try my husband's wine. It's very good. If you ever find your way up Whitestone, you can't get it just in the city. You have to have connections. And she pours all all of you a glass.
Elsie will drink it.
All of you being you two and her. It's very good, Elsie. It has like this, tastes like these summer blueberries mixed in with this like a cinnamon. And then as you drink it down, it has this lavender scent, like an aftertaste. As you drink it down, it's very, very, very complex. It's fairly strong too.
Sounds really good right now.
It is delish. All right. As you make your way down after the drink, you make your way to the Aloysia, LOL. Aloysia. Where's Toby's token? There you are. All right, you go down to the translocation orb where she is kept imprisoned, and Pounce reaches her hand out and transports herself into the prison. I guess both of you do as well.
Yep.
Okay. And as you translocate in, I always forget something. I'm the worst. There we go. Oh yeah, she got lay on hands as well. Let me add her HP. Okay. Okay. And immediately upon entry, you look over and Lucia's standing there with her arms folded. I smell that sweet wine on your breath, Pounce. Ooh, and did you bring me snacks or annoyances this time? As she looks at Elsie and Tobeans. I don't know if I'm in the mood for a coward's blood, as she stares at Elsie. What do you
I
want?
can be many
Elsie
things.
says.
I don't think I'm a coward.
In the blink of an eye, she ends up here with blinding speed.
Faster than Elsie.
Whatever you.
I know it's not important right now, but okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, wait, I missed that. What'd you say?
When you just said like with blinding speed, like faster than Elsie, but that's not important right now. We can move on.
Yeah, I mean you don't know anyway. But yeah, it's almost like you blink and you miss it. She turns up here a lot like Like every vampire, all vampires
Yeah.
move like this. So, she moves over to here. Did you bring me a dress, Pounce? I like your pretty dresses. Pounce replies, no, we're not here for that. We're here to ask you some questions about Ruidus. And Lucy rolls her eyes. God. This again. Look, at this point, I would be more likely and more friendly with you if you just set me free. I could go to Ruidus and tear it apart from the inside out with my bare hands if I wanted to. Why don't you just let me do that?
Sure thinks a lot about herself.
I have all the time in the world to think. My life will never end.
One day. It will.
Hopefully your filthy hands are far away from me when it does. So what, Pounce? What do you think I know about your precious Ruidus, this stupid red moon? Pounce looks around. I told you about the Netherdeep. You seem to be able to feel its presence. Has the Netherdeep reopened? Or do you feel any presence from it at all? And Lucy replies, free information. It's always free information with you people.
What is it you want then?
You know, I do feel its presence even within this prison that you've placed me in. I can feel it burning in my heart. Ruidus is changing, you see. That's what it feels like to me. If you want, you could simply drink from my blood and you'll obtain all of my knowledge of it. Surely that wouldn't be too much of a hassle. But I'm not giving you any unless I have some of yours. I'm dying for a drink. Or bring me some pathetic fool off the street, some mortal you don't care about. Just bring them down here for me to feed on. At least that, because I'm getting parched. I have dry mouth, Aloysia says.
Well, none of that is going to happen, so. Guess you shouldn't have turned into a vampire and gotten caught.
She walks over to you, gives you a few sniffs. Your sweat smells better than your skin or your blood.
Gross.
What about your precious Beauregard?
What about her?
I don't think she's doing so hot. Have you checked on her? Why don't you bring her to me and I'll tell you everything you want to know.
No.
Fine. Then let me drink your blood, Elsie. I feel the presence of demigod within you. This Elixion, I think it is, that Pounce told me of. Someone living within that pretty little vestige you hide. I can sense his life force in you. I would very much like to taste that essence of blood, and there's only one way. You let me do that, I'll tell you everything you know, or you want to know, and bestow upon you the knowledge, all remaining knowledge I have of Rudis and its current functions. Because where I was born, on the Faerun, in that realm, there also exists a Rudis of sorts. The moon itself has phases, just like every other moon, and that's all I'm going to give you unless you feed me. What about you, Toe Beans? Is your brother back in town? His blood is exceptional. She strolls over to Toe Beans.
How much blood would you need?
Until I'm satisfied.
That is not a satisfactory answer.
And you see, like, her irises change to these, like, she's got these really thin, like, cat eyes that are blood red. And you see her eyes are bloodshot from lack of food.
I mean, I don't want to do it if you're gonna bleed me dry.
I don't want your blood, Toe Beans, your brother's. Bring him to me.
Wow, not good enough for you.
I'll take it. That is if you don't mind me housing myself in your memories wherever you go.
Well, that doesn't sound very pleasant.
I don't recall anyone complaining to me so far. Of course, they can't actually talk to me. And she giggles, her giggles echo through the prismatic chamber. I don't want your blood anymore, Pounce. Don't even try it, as Pounce gets ready to speak. I've had plenty of your blood already. I don't think there's any more begging you can do for me, but... Have you found Elrondale, by the way, Pounce? I have business with this druid. Perhaps you can bring me him and I'll do you a favor and rid your world of him. Pounce shakes her head. Don't know where Elrondale is, because I haven't been back to Isilra since we usurped Destra from her rule of it. Well, I don't see what you have to bargain with, then, Lucy says as she steps back. I'm done giving out my knowledge for free, and since no matter how long you starve me out, I will not die, so I see no reason to cooperate. You know, I'm not that dangerous. You could just set me free.
If I let you drink my blood, will you give us the information we need?
Persuasion check. Very high DC. Well, not very high, but persuasion. Because she's hungry. So the DC's a little bit lower. She clicks her tongue and shakes her head no at you, Toe Beans.
Cody, I have a question. Would there be any like dead bodies just out in the street or anything like that that we can just go and drag in here and try?
If there were, the dead bodies that you did see were few, which is good for the city.
Right.
Um, but they were being disposed of. You may have time to go round up some, but you're not sure if she will accept coagulated blood or not.
I guess then yeah, I'll ask Aloysia. It's like if I go and get you a pretty much dead body, would that be acceptable to your impossibly high standards?
No, not at all. And she bites her lower lip as she explains. I like to feel them tremble.
You're weird.
It's no fun if they don't. You wouldn't understand, Elsie.
'Cause I'm not crazy.
You've taken
Like
too many
you.
you've taken too many blows to the head. That's what it is. You're unable to fathom what it's like to be a divine creature such as myself. An immortal creature. So stay in your lane. Now I see why Aloysia never really liked you. But I guess I'll keep her name. It is quite... has a ring to it. Befitting a vampire mistress.
Befitting of a bitch.
Take your jabs while you can. Look, if you want to fight, let's take this outside. Come on, Pounce. Set me free. Elsie wants to fight.
A Lich King, not you.
Oh, so now you're afraid. I understand. No dead
I am not
bodies.
afraid, I am just not stupid.
No dead bodies, that's the deal. No dead bodies. Do you have anything else that I could possibly want besides blood? Blood? I can think of blood and freedom from this place. You set me free, perhaps I'll tell my husband to not raise Ankarel to the ground just trying to find me.
I mean, I offered my blood, but you said no.
You failed the persuasion check.
I
So,
know, but I don't want to re-roll it because I don't think
right.
I'm going to do a good job. I wanted to because I still have one more luck point, but no, I'm not going to waste it again.
Okay, I was gonna say you could use your luck on it, but
I mean, I used my blade luck, but I still have one more luck point from
card.
one of Elfin's thing. But
All that thing, yeah.
yeah, I didn't want to use it because I don't have that good of a modifier for it, and I'm not proficient in it, so I can't add anything to it. So I'm just like, I'm just gonna waste it if I try to roll it. And I can't think of any other ways to like convince her that my blood is somehow worth it.
Lucy shrugs and look at you all. What about Elric? He's nice and strong, and I sense that he's not as old as he used to be. He's undergone a transformation, an infernal one.
Still no.
You just keep digging that hole then, Elsie. As we will go to break during this interaction, and you guys can figure out if there's... You guys can take the break to figure out if there's something you want to offer her or not. And then when we come back from break, we'll just continue. I looked at the time. It is break time, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get our break in while you're at this. I don't want to cut. I hate cutting like a cut scene, quote unquote, short. But let's just take a break and then we'll come back to it. That'll give you guys time to think of something that Aloysia might like from you other than being fed. BRB in like 5-10 minutes. I still got my headset on. If any of you are here or have questions or something, I just needed to go to the restroom and I'm done. So I'm just gonna hang out. I think I'm gonna bring Rendlefin back in and let Nick control him. That seems fair. That way Elsie won't have to choose whether to shoot or be a monk. Oh yeah, are you guys back? I've been here.
Yeah, we're back.
Oh, I didn't hear you guys. Sitting with my headset on and everything. I don't know.
No, you're good.
Just sitting here looking at the screen. I'm like, damn, they're taking a while. Oh well, I didn't hear anything. So oh well, let's get back to it. Oh, it's in the fucking chat. Damn, you should have verbalized, man.
Yeah, that's on
We're all
us.
just sitting here in silence.
Don't just you guys don't just leave it up to. I hope he reads the chat. You guys know how I am on that. All right, so all right, we're back. So Lucy looks around. Lucy looks at Elsie, Toe Beans, and Pounce. Well, surely there's some sort of deal we can make. Surely there is perhaps something you need, or maybe we could give each other.
What if I could hypothetically grant you a wish?
Wish.
That was not discussed. That is worse than anything renew.
A wish. And you see one of her eyebrows furl up. Really? A wish.
Pam? Or not Pam? Joe means that's not a good idea. Not give a wish, yeah. A wish, that is a no.
Tell me,
I mean,
why won't you just use this wish for yourself? Why give it to me? That is quite powerful magic that you are talking about.
I mean, I agree with Aloysia here, and that's.
If
and
you're
then we
having
simply could wish for you to tell us the information we want, but I'm trying to let you, I guess, have a choice in the matter.
That also sounds fucked up.
perhaps I should be negotiating with Toe Beans. And Pounce seems to have lost her nerve. She has nothing else to offer me.
So words. Elsie's. I'm gonna turn to Pounce. Like, so she did drink your blood, and you're not under any of like her control, and she's not in your head just from drinking your blood.
She looks over at Elsie. That's not how it affects you. She can't. No vampire can merely take control of you just by drinking your blood. They would have to turn you. She has not done so to me. But there are side effects.
What are the side effects?
She closes her eyes. They're embarrassing, but I feel very attracted to her. And she visits me frequently in my dreams, and I find myself fondly dreaming of her when I know I shouldn't. And I often have hallucinations of her when I make decisions at the council, and it's rather annoying considering I'm married. And then she places her hand over her mouth, and Loisy tilts her head. I knew that wasn't just some random man that I found roaming your dreams. You have a husband, Loisy says. Why don't you just bring him to me? Pounce not shakes her head. That's out of the question. But these are the side effects. along with, well, I'm giving you the PG version of what these dreams detail, by the way. I don't think I need to explain them to you.
Picture.
It's like, do movies exist in this world? They have movie ratings?
They do.
Do they?
They do for the sake of this description.
Man, now I want to go to the movie theater.
Then let her drink your blood.
No, I like
She-
my PG thoughts.
Thoughts
She
are
looks
not
over.
PG,
She looks at. Pounce looks over at Elsie, but it's not as if she dominates my thoughts. It's just there's a frequency to it that is inconvenient. Perhaps likely due to her being trapped in this place. The closer you are to her, the more frequently you will dream, of course.
And you are always in fairly close proximity when you're in your tower, too, so.
Exactly. See, my prison here dampens many things, but something about this vampire mistress just her power exceeds beyond boundaries of my prison. She isn't allowed to do violence, and no one is, but she has other ways to reach beyond, and it troubles me that she is threatened on Corel with this Golthius from the Faerun. She swears that he will come looking for her, and if he's anything like what she explains, that will not be good, but I have a feeling if he knew where she was, he would be here. You see, Aloysi keeps quiet during this whole time. She shrugs. Pounce, you could just set me free and maybe I'll just return to the Faerun and we will commence our rule over that realm and leave your precious, thinking Exandria alone. Maybe after I've extracted a little bit of vengeance. But I have no quarrels with the Forge Keepers other than you put me here. I will consider that settled if you set me free.
It's never happening, so.
Well, Elsie, I'm not even sure why you came then. You must not need my help that much, but I think Tobian's has some more promising offer. This magic that she has obtained. I don't know how she got it. But she can grant me a wish. This is very perplexing.
I mean, I wouldn't just grant you anything.
That's not what you said a moment ago. Well, see, now this is no fun.
That's not what I said. I said
It
hypothetically.
Well, then, what are you willing to give me then, Tobians? Because
Not a wish.
I can think of quite a lot that I want. And her voice kind of deepens and her eyes glow red.
You expect me to read your mind?
Oh no,
How about
but
you tell me what you want and I will consider if it's within reason to give.
I want your brother Brobeans to be my slave. To be obedient to me. And I will leave Exandria alone. I will leave shortly upon exiting.
We're not letting you leave to go rain hell on somewhere else. That's
Wishes,
not happening.
wishes, wishes, free will await to me. And perhaps I'll give you all the information you require about Ruidus and how to stop it.
thinking I can deal with the inconvenience of you in my head because you're kind of already I'm already kind of hallucinating you. And if this is just a one-time thing, I think I can deal with that.
Well, won't she absorb some of your power, so to speak, if you let
Can't
her
do
drink
anything
from
with
you?
a fear.
But if she were hypothetically to get out, like, assuming
Oh,
she's able to absorb some of the jewel stuff, that could be not ideal.
well, that's from an item, not really a. Would
Yeah,
she be
it's
able to do that from an item that I have, or is it just what is like the race and class stuff?
you'll recall that Pounce has tried such an experiment with her, and no, Pounce has several magic items that she wears, and well, to be honest, she doesn't know if Aloysia has that ability because she's stuck here in this prison. But to her knowledge, through their unfortunate um, link that they have, um, there hasn't been an instance where she's been able to learn a spell or anything that came off a scroll, for example, or a magic item. She can't. It doesn't work like that with her. Her Aloysia's powers are a little different than that. Her vampire powers are more complicated than that.
I mean,
Um,
she does have the powers of the jewel. She'd probably also be fighting the rest of the Forge Keepers and their magic items as well. So, the jewel is not the only all-powerful magic item within this party. So, even in that hypothetical that she does attain that power, but I also don't really trust her to stop for when she is satisfied. So, if we used syringes instead of that amount, because I don't trust her. Because I think I can deal with this inconvenience, but
Pounce looks at you. You will not break her skin with a syringe, and the delivery system doesn't work that way.
I thought she was wanting my blood, and you could use a syringe on my blood and then give that to her. So you could just drink it that way.
The blood has to be freshly siphoned from your heart as it's created. Once it exits the body, it's sullied the way she sees it. When blood is exposed to the air, it becomes dirty. At least this is according to her, Pounce says.
Well, I guess it depends on how much Aloysia wants my blood.
Aloysia speaks up. I've moved on from your blood. I'm much more interested in this wish, Toe Beans.
Well, I don't think your first request was reasonable.
Well, I I had Pounce ask him on my behalf, and he said no, of course. His precious Illithid and Elder Brain and his precious little mission is close to him. It would be inconvenient for him to be enslaved by me, which is unfortunate. Me and him could do some real damage in the Faerun.
I really don't want to speak over Tobin's, but there is no way in hell you are getting access to a wish spell. In any way.
All right, well, how about this? Aloysia says, I can help you with your Lich King problem. Very quickly, I'll bring him your head. Shit. I'll bring you.
No.
I screwed up.
No, you're
I'll
good.
I'll bring you his head. In exchange for the wish.
Are you not loyal to him?
No. Not in the ways that he would think. See, my husband doesn't have a true alliance with him. It was an alliance made out of convenience. This next bit of knowledge is the last bit I will give you before I demand the terms be met. All across your precious Exandria, there have been seeds planted in order to grow what is known as my master's tree, my husband's tree. Well, I guess you could call him my husband, he's more like my king. The fruits that these trees bear will breed vampires just like us, and those who wish to serve us. But this will take at least 300 years to manifest. But it cannot be stopped. Unless you find the seeds, of course, and that's not part of the deal.
I don't think you're strong enough to take on the Lich King by yourself.
I will if you let me feed. I'll have it done in 2 nights. It's very easy. He cannot kill me. And since he thinks me an ally, I can disguise myself as someone familiar to him very easily. And she shapeshifts into Elsie. As ugly as this form is, maybe he won't recognize it.
Well, you're still not getting out. I'm pretty confident in the strength of our party to deal with him. Your best offer right now is to take my blood for info about the Viridius moon. Because you're still not getting out.
Alright. You know where to find me, Toe Beans, if you change your mind, and I think you'll eventually need my help with the Lich King himself. I don't think you understand what you're getting into. As she approaches Elsie. Alright, where do you want it? And she squints her eyes. I have some favorite spots, but I'll let you choose since you're offering.
Can I insight check her to see if she'll kill me doing this?
Go ahead.
Oh my god. And can I also add on my inspiration for it?
Yeah.
So 23.
She doesn't intend to kill you because you feel like there's something that she still wants that hasn't been fulfilled as part of the deal.
Okay, so she won't kill me doing this.
Right now you're fulfilling her hunger.
Okay.
But she has you understand her being an immortal being, she has all the time. So if you satisfy her hunger now, she'll deal with that. She'll take what she can get sort of situation.
Also, I'll let you choose where if you tell me where the seeds are.
Persuasion check. Oh, damn it.
Yes!
Alright, so she says, okay then. I'll tell you where I'll tell you where 2 of them are.
Okay, I'll take that.
But I won't tell you how many there are in total. Do you have a map? Do any of you brought a map with you?
The map in my brain.
Ah, well, you want it that way, huh? Very well. You all may watch if you want, but this may make you uncomfortable. Pounce, Pounce says, I'm going to watch. Make sure that you don't kill her. Says, "All right, Elsie. This will hurt a lot less if you lay down." And Loises sort of kneels down onto her knees in front of you and sort of pats the marble flooring. "I won't bite you that hard."
Fine, and then I will lay down. I will do it. Oh, I hate this.
Okay. So she looks over you. And she takes her fingertips and runs them up your shin and right past your knee and to your inner thigh, like where your right adductor muscle is. And it's painfully close to your hoo-ha. She says, "Right there. The best spot for a female's blood. Prepare yourself." Her mouth opens and you see these fangs appear.
Tobin's just gonna turn away because I would like to keep my brain PG.
All right. She sinks in to your adductor muscle, Elsie, and a sharp but warm pain immediately rushes through your body as she begins to drink from you. And as her saliva mixes in with your blood and fuses into your bloodstream and into your heart, the weeping that you previously felt from Elixion is completely drowned out. This goes on for a full minute, uncomfortably, as she takes her time. Just before your skin starts to turn pale, she stops. She wipes her mouth. Takes a deep breath and exhales as her eyes are no longer bloodshot as she's sated with hunger. Or her hunger is sated, rather. She stands back up. "See, that wasn't so bad, was it?"
As long as you tell us the information we are owed.
She reaches out a hand to pull you up. To help you up, at least.
I smack it to the side and stand up by myself.
As soon as your hand touches her palm, memories rush into your head about the will of Rudist and the ways that Golthius uses it in the Faerun. And you quickly learn that the moon is in such a phase during this time that each beam that touches down on the realm that it belongs to, let me see, look through my notes here. Which one is this? I gotta find out which beams they are real quick. Okay, these one that the south one over the horizon. Okay. Each one of the beams that connect are more or less gateways. Not for the Netherdeep, but perhaps creating a rift in various locations that spawn a Netherdeep type of zone, which inhabiting this zone typically in the Faerun, vampire lords. They are not referred to in the Faerun as Netherdeep, but here they are. And the way that you see it happening in your memories is um, you can only gain passage to the other side if you've been exposed to Ruidius, which means you have to walk into the beam, and it will transport you to this quote unquote Netherdeep realm, which isn't flooded like it was here. This one was underwater, as you remember. Many of them aren't flooded, but some of them are overseas. Um, the three on Exandria, there's one in Asilra. There's one that is one of the beams is currently connecting to Whitestone or close to Whitestone, and the third beam is somewhere in Shorthouse. Now the problem is when the beams stop, they will summon forth a calamity, which is a creature of mass destruction. So it seems that Ruidius itself isn't a moon as they understand it here on Exandria. It's a vampire lord's coalescent creature that expands his will across the reaches of the realm it belongs to. So each of these beams are spawning night creatures, and when they stop, when the beams quit, it is complete. And perhaps too late, as when the beams stop in the Faerun, the night creatures roam, roam freely in tremendous number, all sharing the power of the vampire lord who created it. All of that rushes into your mind within an instant after you smack her hand away, and she smirks. "What's wrong, Elsie? You don't look so great," she says. "Your blood tasted better than I imagined." And here I thought, it stank. That isn't the case. It actually tastes quite well. For Fey blood, that is.
Well, you're weird. So.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Do I get advantage since I'm Fey?
No, this is not. This is
Not
not
a
a
charm thing,
charm.
right?
Yeah,
Dang it.
it's not a charm. You feel as if you calling her weird. You feel as if that's a complete lie. You start to feel yourself attracted to her, and you briefly reminisce of the feeding that she just did on you, and you shake your head, trying to get the thought out of your head. She smirks. "This is much better than killing you, I think." "Well, now you know what awaits Beauregard if you choose to have her undergo this sort of thing."
Yeah, that's still not happening, and you owe us still 2 locations of Golthius seeds. Mm.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Pounce pulls out a map, and Aloysia marks on the map where the seeds have been planted and they are being nourished. If you want anything else from me, then you're gonna have to bring me something else that I want. The blood was just a snack. And she looks over at Toe Beans. I want that wish.
I'm sure you do, but at this point, you don't have anything else to offer us, so that we want. So for now, that deal is not currently on the table.
Well, I'm no longer hungry. I could bring you the Lich King's head. You just simply don't want that, so come back
No,
to me
I
when you.
really don't think you can do it.
So be it then. Have it your way. She steps away from the pedestal. Do come back and feed me more. Or when you finally need my help for real this time. Pounce mutters, I don't think we're gonna get anything else out of her unless we give her something. Elsie, did you learn anything? Pounce says.
I will tell. Well, I will tell everyone when we meet up with the party. But yes, I did learn stuff.
Very strangely, Alicia begins to take her clothes off until she's completely naked over there. You see there's this dark little pool that she is starting to descend into.
Yeah, let's go before I lobotomize myself.
Wisdom saving throw.
Ah! Eh.
You resist the urge to join Aloysia and touch the translocation orb. You and Pounce both, and you leave. That means you leave as well.
Yeah, I'm not staying to watch whatever weird thing is going to happen with her.
Okay, so you leave, and then the night will begin to come to a close. All right. As you guys come back outside and you're on the tower, or in the tower rather. You hear from all the way down here. You can hear Rheneas in a deep sleep on top of the tower because it sort of vibrates the tower as Rheneas purrs. Yes, dragons purr. All right, you
Two
guys are
beans
back.
will also purr in like unison or whatever. That sounds cute.
Sure.
Alright, then I guess we look for and try and meet up with the rest of the party. Or at least that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. All right. Um, I don't know where everyone else is at, so you guys can feel free to tell me. I know Daloon is he's asleep at the library, so I know that much. I don't know where everyone else. I think Elric and Droz may have. Well, I think Droz at this point may have not gotten drunk or anything. Just went maybe to go get some sleep as well, probably.
Yeah, yeah, and Elric would is gonna. I think he's gonna take off the boots of speed, and in its place, he's going to attune to the storm thrower, and then he's gonna get some sleep.
you attune to the mighty storm thrower. Then when you do, you feel the power surging through you from it, which is mighty indeed. As you get the feeling that maybe this is how Ree felt when she pulled the sword free from that demon, and you're able to get some sleep.
I was gonna have Bree go to wherever the most like city guardsmen or wherever they were that were hurt and start healing them up. And then when she ran out of healing, just give whoever she could find that was the most in charge and give them 100 platinum to let the guardsmen use and celebrate how they want because they fought really well. Just kind of, you guys did a good job. Go out and celebrate a little bit. You earned it.
Yeah, so I mean they, so you're very welcome, of course, and the fortunately the few that were injured aren't missing any limbs, so the guard have been trained very well, and they also had drows with them, so they did pretty well on this onslaught. You know, for not being attacked for years and years and years, it seems like they were still managed. They still managed, so you're able to heal them up and then go get yourself some rest. And they very highly appreciate your assistance.
Then if I was just gonna head back to the library to get some sleep.
All right, so I guess everybody's long resting. Is that what's going on? I know that the two of the party members are still in the tower. Pounce looks over at Elsie. Hey, are you all right? Really, don't lie to me.
No, but the info was worth it, so. If this is the. What's the word I'm thinking of? If this is the price that I have to pay, then make sure nothing bad happens, then it's worth it. I mean, Soren split his soul 3 times. Elric almost became a dragon. I slaved him Aldrador. My turn to do something this stupid, so.
Pounce looks over at Tobeans. I wonder if you can wish Aloysia's influence away from someone. So that maybe Elsie can get some sleep without being invaded. Waste of a wish, it's up to you to decide, of course.
I mean, I was thinking
Who knows
of
if that would even work.
if we're able to like somehow wish her powers away, we could just let her go.
But also, her brain and her manipulativeness is also part of her. Not like part of her powers, but she's more than just what her powers are.
Yeah, well, at the very least, she would be pretty severely like debuffed, I guess you could say.
Never underestimate her, or think that she is powerless. Regardless, even if she is debuffed, do not trust a world where Aloysia is just out there free.
Kind of seems like if we don't really want her out and about, we should just try to find a way to destroy her.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Elsie. She did the same thing to me 3 times. So you can talk to me if you're feeling traumatized, Pounce says.
Good to know. I definitely will. Cause this is gonna be fucking traumatizing, but I accept this consequence.
The council does not know that Aloysia is imprisoned here, by the way, so please speak none of this to anyone who may be in those circles. If they found out, they would vote on what happens to her. We don't want that to happen.
No, we do not.
And I would be expelled. And I like this job. Now, try to get some sleep. Try to get some sleep, Elsie. The first night is the hardest.
So you're saying it gets easier? Cool.
Get used to it.
I can deal with that. Yep.
I'm ashamed to admit that I felt jealous when she took your blood. It was hard for me to watch. It was sickening. I wanted it to be me instead, and that's not something I should be thinking. It's the exact opposite. Her power is just.
Her power and manipulation go that deep. I know it's not you, it's her. And she's a bitch.
Things we do for knowledge. It's what the city was founded on. This is the price we pay, as you said. Let's try to get some sleep. And Pounce begins to head her way up to her chambers.
Elsie will start walking back towards the library.
Library, okay. Tobine's you too?
Yeah, I guess so. We can't think of anything else that would be helpful at the moment. Just
Sure.
Go
start
find
in the
Roby.
morning.
He's here somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. But
You do feel his presence in the city, Tobines.
I mean, I guess I could go try to find him and just
Your
get a status update.
your bond has actually grown, and both of your psionics have grown. You can sense that he's perhaps leveled up, quote unquote. And yeah, you do feel his presence in the city somewhere. But that's up to you. Essentially, you all be getting a long rest because it is roughly 10:30 p.m. by the time all this goes down.
Is our bond strong enough where we can like semi-communicate through it?
100%, yeah.
No. Well then, like just kind of like similar to how like a message, not a message, but like sending stone type would be.
It's more like how your psychic whispers work. I mean,
Cool.
you just have to you have to focus a little harder when you're doing it with him because he could be, you know, really, really, really far away, for example. But he's not too far. He's in the city, so just do your psychic whispers thing, and you should be able to talk to him without a problem.
I mean, for psychic whispers, I technically have to be able to see. So would that apply or not necessarily?
Not with you two. You two are special. If you don't, well,
Cool.
I'm sure you recall that you two are very special.
Cool.
You
So we
both,
like, have the twin bond, but we're not technically twins.
right?
Or
It's
twins
sort of
can read each other's minds.
it's like twin psionics. Yeah, I mean, you both were born with the same, with the same gifts, similar gifts. You both were born into your bloodline, and you have a duty to fulfill. And none of this is recorded before because there's never been two that have been chosen from your tribe to, lead the illithid into a deep well of knowledge across Exandria, which is your solemn mission, or well, Robane's is anyway. But yes, with your twin brother, there are no limits on communication with your psionics.
Cool. Well, then I kind of want to like reach out and be like, "Hey, you good? Still alive?"
He replies very quickly. Yes, yes, just I haven't heard from you in a while. I was beginning to worry. I guess I could have reached out, huh? I'm sorry. I miss you. Where are you?
On Corral, somewhere. Walking back to the library, I guess.
All right. Well, I think I'm feeling pretty tired. Can we just talk in the morning?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure all was good. At least as good as it can be.
Well, I wasn't too worried about you. I know you can take care of yourself. I'm gonna get some sleep and then maybe I'll swing by the library in the morning. Otherwise, just reach out if you need me.
Sounds good. If I don't hear from you in the morning, we can talk over our brain connection. I don't know how to say that. Anyway, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Okay. And he says, okay, well, I'll bring some breakfast. Um, and you don't hear much from him after that. And I guess you assume he goes to sleep wherever he's at. And I guess you do as well. And you all get a long rest. So go ahead and reset all your stats. And Elsie, for the sake of brevity, and because I don't want this game to become that type of game, quote unquote, you do have, I'll just whisper it to you. That's fair, because it's your dream. I'll
Elsie's
share it
doing
with
exactly 4 hours. The second it is 4 hours and Amal's done sleeping, she is up and going. She's not sleeping any longer than she has to.
France, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you all get a long rest. The next day you awaken and there doesn't seem to be anything going on outside. There doesn't seem to be any alarms or any alerts. As a matter of fact, there seems to be more people out and about that you can hear at least from where you're resting. What do you all want to do as you awaken? Oh shit. You level up to level 15, all of you.
Oh.
So go ahead and level up if you want to. I typically want to save that for after the session because it gives you a week to decide what you want. But you guys are veteran players, so I'm pretty sure you can get through the level up process without needing a whole week to do so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Elric, let's see, 15. Oh, that's an odd number, so I think you get another sword style point. Let's see. Let me bring up the Centauriu thing here.
This one, right?
All right.
My level
Let's see.
15 feature would have been so nice. Like this last battle.
What was it?
Or well, maybe not this last battle, but when I was trying to
Yes,
not
and one is a
be
reroll.
like consumed by the stone, I guess you could say. I get slippery mind, which means I get or I am proficient in wisdom saving throws.
Even though yours is still higher than mine. Bullshit.
Oh, Elric. You finally master
Is it trichiliocosm or trichiliocosm?
The first one, Trichiliocosm.
Ooh, yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a while.
This is the ultimate Centaurio technique.
Nice.
From the ones that you can learn in the book at least. Droz has since then developed a few other moves, but they're not. It's not like they exceed the power of what you can do now. But these, as far as three-sword style, this is the ultimate technique.
Nice.
I'll add it to your sheet at some point as we move along here.
You get to re-roll the one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you roll for hit points, if you roll one,
Here
you
we
reroll.
go.
Nice, toe beans. You guys have done well with HP this campaign. Honestly, I think.
I mean, 3 of us rolled max, so that's cool. Like William, me, and Anna, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, Eric got 9. That's 1 away from max.
Oh my gosh, my sneak attack damage increases to 8d6. That's pretty cool.
No one asked.
I think it's cool.
Aw, thank you. See, nobody appreciates Toby.
Oh, you do a shitload of damage, dude. Alright, did you already put the sword style point on, Elric? You already add it?
I have not. The only thing I've done is roll for HP.
Okay. I'll go ahead and I got your sheet pulled up as well. I was asking. I didn't want to make an error. Okay, 9 and then 9. Okay. Right. Alright. Just go ahead and add Trichiliocosm Mom here. Okay.
Cody, I think I have spells that I'm not supposed to.
Well, we do have that deep magic book that I added. So you may be seeing a bunch of deep magic spells, which everybody should have access to. Or, well, it should offer you.
I'm like, I don't know what half of these things are.
Yeah, that I added a spell book that increased the spells we can use. It's a Deep Magic Volume 1 in the journal. So you're gonna see a lot of those spells in there as well. This is because of your efforts in increasing the knowledge of the city. Turns out the schools have been able to discover more spells. All right, Elric, it's on your sheet, so I think I got it right. Yeah, it's on there. It's at the bottom. You should be ready to go, Elric.
Awesome, thank you.
And so as you as you earn this ability, Droz will teach you how it's properly done, and make sure that you understand how it works, which you're able to do without, with just for the sake of brevity, you're able to pick it up very quickly with your transformed state that you're in now. All right. Just wait for everybody to level up, and we'll continue.
I mean, y'all can continue whenever y'all want. Man, I've got a lot of spells to go through.
Yeah, there's a lot of deep magic spells. It's all these. Which, I mean, I'm not gonna rush anybody. I'm not in a rush. But of course, the sorcerer spells are a lot, as you can imagine. We don't have to wait for. I mean, I think Dylan, you just have spells to go through, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's not like you guys are in the middle of a dungeon or anything. You can still RP while you're leveling up, right?
Indeed.
Okay, I was just making sure you're okay with that. Whenever you guys are ready, just continue. We still have 30 minutes. Unless you want to show off what you learned or anything like that.
Well, I can't really show off being mentally stronger.
True.
Guys, look how much stronger I am, and I'll just squint really hard.
Well, that is part of it's enhances your ability to communicate with Brobeans, and he's actually at the library this morning, and he brings. He actually cooked something for you and him.
Oh, is he a good cook?
He is actually.
Wow, that's like a tiny bit infuriating, but I'll take it.
He made you something that you and him, that your parents used to cook for you at your tribe.
Never mind, all is forgiven.
Which you can choose whatever that meal may be, because I don't think there's anything like a meal included in your backstory, and my imagination isn't quite strong enough at the moment to come
in
up
my
with
head,
something.
I always pictured with like Toby would like fish a lot, so I'm sure it's something fishy.
Right, like fish kebabs or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. It's not as if you're necessarily bad at making fish kebabs. You just you never took an interest in that, I guess, toe beans, when you were growing up.
I don't know, I was just thinking like along the lines that like Bro Beans is just good at everything, so of course he'd be good at cooking too.
No, they can't do everything. I mean, he can't do what Elric does, for
Oh, in
example,
Bro Beans' mind, that's how she sees it.
right? I mean, he can't do, he can't do some of the things your other party members have that they can do. That's fine. That's why you're a party.
Yeah, I'm not saying he can do everything. He just does.
Right? He just seems to be.
better.
So you just. Well, I mean, he was the favorite also in the tribe, so you do harbor some animosity towards him. He was the favorite, and you weren't as much, which is kind of annoying. But you're warming to it as he very clearly cares about you. So that's all that really matters. All right, I'm excited to see what you guys learned. I've never played a level 15 character. I think maybe one time in a one shot. Oh well, Pounce. Pounce is level 15. You guys are as strong as Pounce now.
I think Pounce deserves a level up.
Right.
You think so? Okay, I'll level her up. I mean, that makes sense. She's been through a lot too, if you think about it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Battle and everything with Rhaenys and everything.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, she did the quintessent thing. She stopped the quintessence from coming to Ank'Harel. By the way, if those quintessent giants would have came to Ank'Harel, y'all would have been fucked probably. Because the barrier the barrier around the city only stops like fiends, undead, devils, things like that, right? It ain't gonna stop it ain't gonna stop a storm giant. And like the way they attack and stuff, it's so fearsome. Like it'd be very hard to fight those things. But anyways, I think you're right. She hasn't leveled up since then, so yeah, I think that's fair, right?
She's been with us through a lot.
Which kind of sucks that Soren pulled that card and got to level up because the level up was like right around the corner. But hey, whatever, it helped.
Now he's even more powerful because he's now 16.
No, no, he isn't going to go. He isn't going to jump to 16. I don't think that's how that should work. Which I mean, I don't know. Maybe it should. Maybe it should. Well, yeah, maybe it should work that way because he only leveled up because of the card. Wasn't his own experience. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think that's fair. Right, because it kind of takes away the whole point of pulling the card.
Yeah, you're just one level higher than the rest of your party.
True. Yeah, you make a good point there. So yeah, I think he'll level up to 16 since he used the card to reach 15. All right. Let's see. Where is Pounce? There you are. Okay, let's level up Pounce. Let me see what I can get her. All right. Just gonna do average. She gets an ASI.
Woohoo!
Oh yeah. Let's see. Lots of spells. Now I gotta go through the deep magic shit and see what Pounce would actually choose. Which I'm not gonna hold up the game for that. We can continue. I'll be able to do this in the background.
Yeah, early morning, as soon as it'd be okay, like it's an acceptable hour to go, Elsie's gonna go and talk to Pounce for a therapy session.
Okay, that's fine. Understood.
that's done and over with. Gonna go back to the library to tell everyone about the Ruidius moon thing.
Okay, Pounce is done. All right, cool. So you go to the tower to talk to Pounce. Very well.
So yeah, to do some not on-screen therapy session. So yeah,
Okay.
keep it the
That was my
normal.
question.
Yeah.
That was my question. I mean, I didn't know if you wanted to sidebar it or do you want me to I understand the subject matter, of course. You don't want to RP it, right?
Not really. No.
Okay. Understood. No, I understand. I understand. I'm not gonna. So yeah, you go 2 pounds and yes, she will sit down with you and share with you her experiences and try to help you figure out ways to live with it. You know. Okay. That's what Elsie is doing.
And then once that's over, he's gonna go back to the library to talk to the party about the whole Ruidius moon problem.
Okay.
And update them all on that.
Okay. And you guys, you see that Daloon left you a note. He, because I think he trances too, so he left you a note that he's going to use that potion voucher. He's going to go try to use that potion voucher. He left you a note, so he's already out and about in town.
Well, as long as like majority of the party is there, and maybe I'll create us some crowd so they can also just know stuff. What's going on? Or at least one. But
Yeah, they'll eventually be in like maybe 2 hours. You guys live at the library, so you wake up and you're there before anybody else has access. You got a good solid 2 hours to yourselves before it becomes like a public space. But if let's um, switch over to Daloon while everyone's waiting for Alacritos and Cryon. I guess that's what everybody's doing. I don't know, but that's what Elsie's doing for sure, so she can share what she learned about Ruidus. Daloon, you make your way to the Alluvium district, where the expensive, very expensive alchemy shops are. Really depends on. I mean, there is one store that's got it stands above the rest. I'll put it that way. And you make your way in there. Obviously looking for potions. So let me first see what they have here. Okay, I think I got it pulled up here. Let me check. All right, I've got the potions loaded up here, so go ahead, Daloon. There's quite a few to select from as you enter this very nice establishment. By the time you make your way to that district, it actually is just opening, so you're among the first customers to come in.
I'll just enter. What's the most expensive fucking potion you guys got?
They all turn their heads. Got a high roller here. Very well. The most expensive. Well, that would easily have to be this one. And he pulls out this potion that is held within a very, very nice crystal vial. The potion liquid itself looks like gold itself, and there seems to be something floating and suspended in it. Some
I'll
sort of
take it.
some sort of dragon scale suspended within the potion. He's like, oh well, you sure you can afford this? It is
Oh, yeah, hold up by the voucher. Like I have a coupon.
ah hmm.
Charge it to the palace.
Well, someone has good friends in the Cerulean district, or the Cerulean palace. Well, so be it. Just so you know, this is an 80,000 gold potion. It is one of our greatest treasures, and something that would normally be reserved for an emergency situation. But hey, if you're going to use the Cerulean Council voucher for this, you're recognized as a forge keeper. So I hope you make use of this, or perhaps you don't need its use.
Someone else will, though. It'll get used properly.
It presents to you the Potion of Dragon's Majesty.
Do you have a particular one? Because it says two. So do you have a particular other one that you think might be like useful for us? Price is no object. Or
Um, well, this one is this one is an import, but it's easily the most impressive. The Mighty Nine recently restored what is known as a mote of possibility. The owners. It turns out they were able to brew the ingredients for a potion. So this comes from the Derolo family in Whitestone. It was quite expensive to come by. It's a potion of possibility. You see in the potion it's got clear liquid, but there's this gray bead that's actually in the shape of a D20. You see these two D20s, two gray like D20 shaped beads, I guess dodecahedron, floating around in the liquid. Those are their two quote unquote best potions. But of course you can use the voucher on other potions if you want.
These are probably potions that the healing potions can be.
I'm sorry, what?
I said the party has money to resupply the healing potions. I was just swinging for the fences on other forms of aid for battle.
The vendor says, well, if combat is your thing, which you are a forge keeper, and that's what sort of business you're in, I can imagine that these potions would help you quite a bit. Of course, we don't sell any potions that, make you weaker, so I guess that argument could be made for any potion, but I get what you mean, the vendor says. There is another potion he will present to you. If those you don't fancy those, then try your hand at this one. He's for any of your friends or yourself, perhaps, that are one with the arcane. So the potion of maximum power. It's a purple liquid potion.
How much is this one?
Potion of maximum power?
Yes.
2,500 gold pieces, since you are a forge keeper and a savior of the city.
That's not bad. You said 2,500 gold?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before battle, we all drew from the deck of many things, so I lost all of my money. But I'm gonna run back and talk to the group. And do you only have just one of those, or?
Yes, this is the only one we have. I can set it aside for you if you wish, for at least 24 hours, if that's okay. If that's something you would like.
I'll be back faster than that. But I'll see you guys in like 3 hours.
Are you going to use the voucher for any of those before you leave, or no?
Just the possibility and the majesty.
Dragon. Okay, gotcha. So you get those two very awesome potions, and then you make your way back to, I guess, where everyone else is at, the library. Very well. I don't know what token.
I was gonna say, if I was like the accountant for the palace or whatever, and I got a bill for that, I would be so pissed. Because if it's a voucher, hypothetically, the palace is paying for it.
Okay, let me get Zenith. Where are you, Zenith? Here he is. Okay, Zenith would be here with Toe Beans. Okay, I think everybody's in the library. Well, that maximum power potion is usually 5,000 gold, but
Forge Keeper discount?
that's right. That's what happens when you do good deeds for the city, you know?
Is that like the last line of their impressive line, or would there be more?
It's pretty much just like the commerce and any other town, you know, every so often, once per week, they get a new shipment of stuff. Since they're out here in the middle of the desert, it takes them a long time. Unless you pay extra to merely have goods teleported, because teleporting contraband costs more money. So unless you do something like that.
Cool. Elric will have sent me back with 2,500 gold, and we'll pick the next power up one as well. He's doing dishes, I think, so that's why he's not confirming or denying. And then I'll run back and be like, here you go.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if you wanna expedite, or if you wanna do it for brevity, like you go and ask for maybe some money, and then go back and buy it, you can do that. Just make sure whoever you get the money from, you guys subtract it.
Yeah, Elric will give him the gold.
Okay. So you go back, and he's still holding it for you as promised, and you give him the 2,500 gold, and you now have the potion of maximum power, which is dope as shit.
Since I said I'd be back at the during the evening.
Imagine lightning bolt, level 4 lightning bolt.
That'd be ridiculous.
That's all maximum dice instantly.
Or disintegrate.
Yeah. Oh no, it's 4th level or lower, right?
That fireball would be ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, any level 1 spell you can power up to 4, and as long as it deals damage, yeah, that's insane.
Who has the potion, or who has the bag of holding?
That would be Tobin's.
Can I borrow it for a couple hours?
What for?
Because everybody in the house here told me to just run around the entire city and buy a lot of healing potions.
They even have that many in stock, considering everyone's like probably in like probably a high demand for them right now. So I can't imagine there's a lot of them out there.
I would say here in the school district, the Alluvium district doesn't deal in any kind of healing or divination potions, but around here, around the school district where you normally get your healing potions, yeah, I mean, this is the jewel of hope, is what this, Ankara is called. I keep saying that, but there's a reason why. I mean, they usually keep some in stock. I mean, it's possible. I mean, not a whole lot of people got injured during that battle, so they may not be going through them as much as you think. There are some healing potions available, but not. There's not too many of the greater or like superior ones.
Yeah, I would imagine I'd probably pick up all the greater and superior ones that are possible. And put them in the bag of holding.
I guess that's fine.
All right. Greater healing potion. They have 2 in town, on 200 gold apiece. There is actually 1 superior potion for 2,000 gold. And there are 6 potions of healing, so I guess they are lower than I thought they were. after that battle. Each potion of healing is 50 gold. Man, when we go back to level 1, you guys are going to be broke and stuff. It's going to be funny.
I'm already living that, bro.
That's right, that's true, because of the card.
I think the most I had was 80.
Give Soren
Yeah.
the good news. He leveled up to 16.
So that's 2,500. No, 2,700 total.
Yeah, that would be, yeah, that sounds, yeah, that's right. That's total.
So 1 superior, 2 greater, and 6 regular.
Correct.
Actually, I want to go talk to Pounce, if that's okay.
Sure. We're winding down the last few minutes of the session, but if you want to talk to her now, you can.
Yeah. Before I get it off, before I forget about it.
Okay, so go ahead. Yeah, you can go to Pounce's tower, and you can see as you enter, you know, she's sort of by herself, but she is dressed to she's looks like she's taking her armor to get fixed, her dragon riding armor, and she's got it like sort of packed up in her backpack. So yeah, you see her there, and she looks over. Oh, okay. Well, she looks over. Delune. Um, I was just heading out to get my dragon riding armor repaired. Um, what can I help you with? Pounce says.
I have a conundrum that I was hoping I could talk to you and kind of spitball about.
Sure, I have time for a conundrum, and she sets her backpack down. What do you need help with?
What would you do if you could change one moment in the past to have never happened for existence? I could bring my family back because we would never have been attacked. Would you change the past to get rid of present problems?
Altering fate. It's very dangerous.
That's that's the card I drew whenever we were pulling from the deck.
I see. Well, that does sound troubling. You know, messing with the fates, something I've never done personally, of course, but I have studied a great deal about it, yes, and there are consequences that come with that sort of thing. I can tell you that. For example, if you were to let's say if you were to change the fate of Destra or something like that, change the fate of um well, really anything. If you think about it, it would it would forever alter the course of the present. So anything that happened as a result of the fate that occurred would no longer cease to exist. Do you understand that?
Yes.
It's like going back in time and stopping the Lich King from being born. That could set off a chain of events that could turn Ank'Harel into a very poor city instead of a very thriving and rich one. Just as an example, I'm not sure what it would do. So altering fate is no small ordeal.
I was thinking if we went with the worst possible future steps and we see how it semi plays out, would it be wise to use our present as the past and the future?
Well, I would think of this as something similar to the wish spell. It's all, which is the maximum amount a mortal can do to change the fabric of reality. For one, it's all in the wording. There's no telling. Changing something as it happens in the present would be the safest route than going back to change something that happened 300 years ago. Like, for example, if you tried to change, let's say you tried to destroy Vecna, or tried to destroy, alter the course of a tremendous evil that brought the world together and united the country together against the common enemy. That would be far more dangerous than changing something in the present. Like, let's say someone's about to stab you with a knife, and then before you die, you decide to change that fate. That would be much safer.
So don't swing for a home run, swing for safe.
I would say changing something as close as you can to the present would be the safest way to use such a gift. Or a curse, given you drew one of the cards from that terrifying deck.
Okay. I just wanted to spitball with somebody about it, try to come to a fuller understanding. I thank you for your time.
Of course. This is something that I did not know you had been bestowed with, so I will give it some thought. I know Alacritus and Cryon. Alacritus and Cryon most likely have some. They may know. They may be able to give you an estimate of your odds, given your actions that you want to take if you decide to use such a thing. They would be. They could probably map out what the potential things could happen if you decided to go change something from the past. So don't just give them a shout and see what they think as well.
This entire time, could I use that on her items that she's gonna get fixed? Like 1 foot at a time?
I mean, it would take a while, but if you want to stay there and do it for her, you can. I mean, it's really damaged. There's like cloth missing, like chunks of the armor are missing, melted off, so forth. But I mean, I mean, yeah, you
know what I
could
can that's like in whole, that's whole way together, just damaged a little bit.
you can link some of the links together, yeah, to where it, you know, it would be less, it would cost her less to have it fixed at you know, the blacksmith, armor smith, dragon armor smith.
I probably would have grabbed a pauldron or something and just started doing it as we started talking.
Yeah, I'd say you're able to use the mending as much as you can in a way that would reduce the cost of her getting it repaired. So yeah, you can do that.
Cool. And I'll go talk to the crotchety wizards in the library. I appreciate your time.
No, I'm glad you confided in me. Let's try to enjoy the rest of these 2 days in relative peace.
Indeed. And then I'll head out and I guess close the session as we walk out the door.
Does anybody else want to do anything before we close the session out?
Negative.
I have a question on some spells, Cody, because I'm still looking.
All right, because you got deep magic access too. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so some of them are a little confusing for me. So there's Anticipate Arcana, which is a 3rd level spell. But then there's also Anticipate Attack, which is a 2nd level spell, and it seems like somebody just like copied and pasted the description, but it doesn't make sense.
Oh, I see that. Okay, Anticipate
Yeah, like
attack.
when you cast Anticipate Arcana, but it's like, but this is Anticipate Attack.
Okay.
Like, what's the difference between the two? Between Anticipate Attack and Anticipate Arcana? Because I know the casting time is slightly different, but like.
All right, I'm looking at it. So one's a 3rd level spell, one's a 2nd level spell.
Right.
Anticipate Arcana, reaction. Okay, they're both reactions. The enemy casts a spell. Okay, so your foresight gives you an instant range defense.
Like, and it's a different class that I can do it, but it's like, okay, there's also overlap.
It's a paladin. Well, it's a paladin spell, so you can use it.
So I'm just trying to figure out the differences. Like, what is the difference between these two?
Yeah, it's a paladin spell, so you should have access. Let's see, you have advantage on saving throws against the spell. Okay, so yeah, similar to counterspell, if you sense the spell being triggered, on you, and it requires you to make a save, you gain advantage on the save by using your reaction to cast this spell. Now, as far as attack goes, it's probably the same thing. Flash before knowledge, you don't contact, no time to avoid it. It's kind of like observation hockey in a way. Cast a spell, you can move up to half your speed. Oh, so you just move out of the way of the attack. So if it's a physical melee attack for Anticipate Attack, you use this reaction and then you just move up to half your speed away. And
because that's not what it says. Deborah's standing here reading it with me. It's like it says the same description as Anticipate Arcana.
That's probably
I was like, what is going on here?
Well, I mean, we all know how goofy the Character Mancer is.
Oh yeah. So I just wanted to double check that before like selecting anything.
Well, if you select like Anticipate Magic and for some reason it says the Anticipate Attack description there, I mean, I'll change it.
Okay.
Because I don't think they have when they clearly, I mean, these are additional spells. They have a hard time kind of implementing them to the Character Mancer. In the compendium, it explained to me pretty clearly, but in the Character Mancer, it's probably goofed up. So
yeah, okay. Because I hadn't pulled them up in the compendium to try to figure it out. It was just looking at the Character Mancer. It's like it's the same description. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Why would you pick it at the 3rd level if they were the exact same thing? If you can do the same thing with just a 2nd level spell. Oh, also, another question that's probably kind of similar. Thunderclap is listed under my 3rd level spells, but under the description it says cantrip.
Thunderclap.
And it doesn't even say a paladin. under the class description?
Well, there's two different types of thunderclap. The thunderclap that is a third level spell is imagine that you are like the Incredible Hulk, right? You clap your
Right.
hands together, and boom, this loud um, force of thunder blows out from you, right?
Mhm.
Each creature in 20 feet of you takes 8d4 thunder damage, and then they're deafened for
Oh.
1d8 rounds.
Oh. Okay. Because I think it has just like the cantrip thunderclap description there, so it's like
Yeah.
that makes no sense.
Right. You gotta look really close. There's some spells have the same name, but they're different spells entirely.
Right. Okay.
That's one thing I didn't like looking at this. I'm like, I know there's a thunderclap cantrip, but I saw that when I was scrolling through, but there's others in there too that
Because yeah, like it
um
didn't put it on the description or anything, so it's just like
right.
I'm so confused. Okay.
I mean that's a cool spell though. I mean it's like I said, it's the Hulk. You just smack your
Yeah.
hands together and boom.
Might do
You're
that
dead.
one. It's not concentration or anything, is it?
It's instant. No, it's just an instant. You spend one action and boom.
Okay, cool. Well then I'm taking that one. The description it did not say that. All
It
right.
doesn't. This spell won't work if you're silenced, of course, obviously, because it requires you. It requires somatic components. Uh, you can shatter brittle material in the area like crystal, or glass, a potion.
Mhm.
If someone's holding a drink, they have to. If someone's holding something that it can be harmed by, they have to make a dex saving throw, or I guess it gets destroyed. So yeah, it can do that stuff too.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a pretty good spell, actually.
Okay. Yep,
80,
that was my only question. Because that's a lot.
yeah, 84. That's quite a bit. Like, yeah, it's pretty good. That's let's see. I mean, I just rolled. I mean, that's through 18 points of damage, and then they're deaf for 1 round.
Yeah.
So I mean, that would be all right.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I mean, if you do it on a caster, they can't cast spells if they can't hear. I mean, there's a lot. Well, no, that's yeah, because they
Oh,
can't. They can't.
yeah.
Can't make sense. They can't make sense of what they're saying. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, that was my only thing. I mean, usually whenever we level up, my spell list gets all funky, but that's why I usually like take a picture of the
Yeah.
character mancer of the ones I selected and then just change it around because it always changes
No,
it
no,
up.
I'm
Because
no,
it
no, I'm
adds
happy.
all the ones I don't select anymore and like it adds both of them, so I have a huge list. So it's deleting some and adding others that it didn't. So
Yeah, it was doing. I remember it doing that to you before when you leveled up. Yep.
yeah, so I'm assuming it's gonna do the same thing here because it said like you can add 10 new spells. It's like, well, if I did that, then I'd be way over my limit
As
for how
they
many
as
I can
I
select.
I think you should be able to add like one or two. I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm changing some of them around, but it's like that makes no
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, obviously, yeah, you can replace some and stuff, but
Yeah.
yep.
All right. Well, yep, that was it. That's my only
Okay.
question. Thank
Cool
you.
deal. No problem. Yeah, I knew with that book, I knew even. I mean, I haven't even gone through all the spells yet in the book, but
Right.
I knew. I was like, man, I know this is. I even knew buying it and putting it in here. I was like, yeah, this is going to create a character mancer problem. But I mean, we've already got that as it is, and we can figure it
Oh,
out. So it's not a big deal.
yep. As long as you can figure it out, I'm fine with it. I don't mind
Yeah.
dealing with the issues. So we're good. I think everybody else had their questions answered by this point, so I think that was it.
Cool deal. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Nick, if you wanna play as Rendlefin, that's totally your call. I don't mind. I mean, it kind of does feel weird for him to just exit the game, but I mean, that's really up to you. Um,
Nick did a thumbs up. He'll think about it this week, and
okay.
we're going to see Nikki a little bit later on this week, and so we can talk to him and see what he wants.
All right. Well, his sheet is still there. All the stuff is still there. So just let me know. Yeah, just let me know.
Will do.
All right. Well, it was another great session. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Cody.
Bye bye.
Good night, sir.